Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog arrived early that November evening, rolling through London's streets with the patience of something that knew it would be waited for. It pressed itself against the windows of Whitehall's grand offices, muffling the clatter of horse hooves on cobblestones, turning gas lamps into soft golden ghosts that floated in the gathering dark. The air tasted of coal smoke and the Thames, that particular flavour of the city when autumn decided to stay for supper. Somewhere a clock tower chimed 6, the sound travelling through the mist like a secret passed from bell to ear. Inside the Diogenes Club, where silence was not merely preferred but enforced with the severity of religious doctrine, Mycroft Holmes occupied his usual leather chair with the permanent quality of a monument. The chair had long ago resigned itself to his shape, creaking only when absolutely necessary, as if it too understood the club's rules about unnecessary sound. A fire crackled in the grate, the one permissible noise in this temple of quietude, and Mycroft's fingers were steepled beneath his chin in an attitude that suggested either deep contemplation or impending sleep. With Mycroft, the two states were often indistinguishable, and frequently both at once. He was watching the fog through the window with the kind of attention most men reserve for breathing. The fog told him things, if one knew how to listen. Tonight it spoke of train schedules delayed, of cab horses moving cautiously, of evening engagements running late. All of London was slowing down, the great machine of the city shifting to a lower gear. This pleased Mycroft, who believed most things moved too quickly anyway. The door opened with a whisper of hinges oiled into submission, and a club servant approached on feet that made no sound whatsoever. The man had been employed here for 15 years, specifically because he had mastered the art of existing without announcement. He bent low, murmured something into the space near Mycroft's ear, and withdrew like smoke. Mycroft's eyes, which had been half closed in that ambiguous state between thought and rest, opened fully. Just that small change, the widening of pale grey eyes, would have told an observer that something had shifted, that the great calculating engine of his mind had engaged with a problem. But there were no observers in the Diogenes Club. That was rather the point. He rose with the careful deliberation of a man who rationed his movements like a miser, counted coins, crossed to a writing desk that stood in the corner like a faithful dog, and penned a brief note. The servant materialised again. Truly, the man had a gift. Accepted the folded paper and vanished. Mycroft returned to his chair, but did not settle into it with his previous contentment. Instead, he sat forward slightly, his eyes on the fog, his mind already running through timetables and train schedules and the expected movements of foreign dignitaries through a city that prided itself on knowing where important people were at all times. Count Alessandro Barozzi, envoy from the Principality of Valdona, a small Italian state clinging to independence through careful diplomacy and the production of exceptionally fine wine, had failed to arrive at the Foreign Office for a dinner of some considerable importance. Trade agreements hung in the balance, the kind that kept small principalities small but sovereign, and large empires large but occasionally generous. The Count's absence was not merely rude, it was potentially catastrophic in that peculiar way that diplomatic incidents have of starting small and ending with consequences no one intended. The Count had been expected at 7. It was now 6:30, and in the world of diplomatic punctuality, this meant he should already have arrived, should already be engaged in that preliminary small talk that greased the wheels of international relations, should already have complimented someone's choice of wine, inquired after someone else's wife's health, and established himself as present, accounted for, and ready to discuss the price of exported olive oil in a manner that suggested it was all terribly friendly, and not at all about money or power. But Count Barozzi was not there. His carriage had arrived, pulled by horses that steamed in the evening chill, their breath adding to the general mistiness. The driver had opened the door with a flourish, and found nothing. No Count, no explanation. just empty leather seats and the faint smell of the Count's tobacco. A Turkish blend, expensive, distinct, lingering like an accusation. The luggage was intact, the Count's evening clothes, carefully folded, his papers in order, a small gift intended for the Foreign Secretary wrapped in paper that probably cost more than the gift itself. Everything present and correct, except the man. London, that vast creature of brick and fog and ambition, swallowed people all the time. It was a city of 4 million souls, give or take a few thousand who preferred not to be counted, and in such a place a single man could vanish as easily as a coin down a drain. But those people were usually not foreign dignitaries with dinner appointments at Whitehall. Those people usually had reasons to vanish, debts, scandals, wives they'd rather not face. The Count had none of these things, or at least none that anyone had yet discovered. Mycroft thought about trains. He was very good at thinking about trains. The Count would have arrived at Victoria Station on the boat train from Dover, which connected to the packet from Calais, which in turn connected to the rail network that stretched across Europe like a web meant to catch important people and deliver them to where they needed to be. The boat train ran on time. It always ran on time because the company prided itself on reliability the way other companies prided themselves on comfort or speed. So the Count would have disembarked at, Mycroft calculated, approximately 4:30 in the afternoon. From Victoria to Whitehall was not a complicated journey. A hansom cab, 20 minutes at most, even accounting for the fog. Yet somewhere in those 20 minutes, in the space between 4:30 and now, Count Alessandro Barozzi had ceased to be where he was supposed to be and had become instead nowhere at all. The door opened again. This time the footsteps were not silent. This time they belonged to someone who had never quite mastered the art of moving without announcement, despite his many other talents. "Mycroft," said Dr. John Watson, shaking droplets of fog from his coat collar. "I received your note. What happened?" Watson was a good man. Mycroft had always thought so, even if he'd never quite said it aloud. He was loyal, sensible, blessed with that particular form of intelligence that consisted of asking the right questions rather than assuming he already knew the answers. He was also, conveniently, staying in London for a few days, away from Baker Street and its more energetic occupant, visiting an old colleague from his army days. The note had found him at his club, and he'd come at once, because that was what Watson did. "Sit down, Doctor," Mycroft said, gesturing to a nearby chair. "We have a small problem that may become a large problem if not handled with discretion." Watson sat, noting the fire's warmth, the club's oppressive quiet, the way Mycroft's fingers had returned to their steepled position. "I'm listening," he said, which was one of Watson's great virtues. He knew when to listen. Mycroft explained the situation in his usual manner, economically, precisely, with no word wasted and no detail omitted that might prove relevant. The Count, the dinner, the empty carriage, the diplomatic implications. Watson listened, his face settling into that expression of focused attention that had served him well in Afghanistan when listening to orders might mean the difference between life and death. "And Sherlock?" Watson asked when Mycroft had finished. "Have you contacted him?" "Not yet," Mycroft said, and there was something in his tone that suggested this was a decision made with care. "My brother, as you know, has many talents. Discretion in matters of international diplomacy is not chief among them. I thought it best to assess the situation first, to determine what has happened before deciding who should be told and what they should do about it." This was true, though not the whole truth. The whole truth was that Mycroft preferred to solve problems from his chair, using telegrams and cab company records and the vast accumulated knowledge that resided in his brain like books in a library. Sherlock solved problems by running about London at all hours, asking impertinent questions, and generally making his presence known in ways that ambassadors and foreign secretaries found alarming. But Watson was nodding, understanding the unspoken as clearly as the spoken. "What would you like me to do?" "For now, merely listen, and perhaps advise. You have a gift for seeing the human element in situations that I confess, sometimes overlook. The Count is not a puzzle to be solved, but a man who has either met with misfortune or chosen to absent himself. Understanding which requires understanding him." The fire crackled. Beyond the windows, the fog pressed closer, as if trying to hear their conversation. London was settling into evening, that liminal time when the day's business concluded and the night's business, whatever that might be, began. Somewhere in this vast city, Count Alessandro Barozzi was either in danger or hiding or simply lost, and Mycroft Holmes, who had not left his chair, who had no intention of leaving his chair, had already begun the process of finding him. Morning arrived with the reluctance of a guest who knew it wasn't particularly wanted. The fog had not lifted so much as rearranged itself, moving from the streets into the sky, turning the November sun into a pale disk that hung overhead like a memory of warmth. Through the tall windows of Whitehall, light filtered into offices where men shuffled papers and made decisions that would ripple outward to affect people who would never know their names. Mycroft Holmes had not, strictly speaking, gone home. This was not unusual. The Diogenes Club maintained rooms for members who found the journey back to their own beds an unnecessary exertion, and Mycroft had spent the night in a chamber that knew his habits well. He'd slept perhaps 4 hours, which was sufficient. Sleep, in Mycroft's opinion, was like most things in life. Adequate amounts were necessary, excessive amounts were indulgent, and the trick was knowing the difference. Now he sat at a desk in a small office that technically belonged to no one and practically belonged to him. The room was unremarkable. Wood panelling that had darkened with age, a bookshelf containing volumes no one had opened in years, a window overlooking a courtyard where pigeons congregated with the territorial certainty of small nations. On the desk before him lay an array of documents that would have seemed, to a casual observer, impossibly dull. But Mycroft did not deal in casual observation. There were telegrams from the railway companies, detailing arrivals and departures, cab company records, noting that Hansom had been dispatched to Victoria Station at approximately 4:30 the previous afternoon, a roster of hotels where foreign dignitaries typically stayed, with notes on current occupants, a list of telegraph offices and their hours of operation, the kind of information that existed in the world's margins, noticed by no one because it was always there, like wallpaper or breathing. To Mycroft, these documents were a map, not of streets or buildings, but of time and movement and the patterns people made as they went about their lives. London was not chaos, despite appearances. It was a vast machine, and like all machines, it operated according to principles. One simply had to understand what those principles were. The boat train had indeed arrived on schedule, depositing its cargo of travellers into Victoria's great iron and glass cathedral of locomotion. Among those travellers, Count Alessandro Barozzi, age 43, diplomat, wine enthusiast, owner of a villa outside Florence that he visited twice a year, and a London townhouse that he visited rather more often. The Count travelled light for a man of his station, 1 trunk, 1 valise, no servant in attendance. This suggested either the economy or a desire for privacy. Mycroft suspected the latter. A hansom cab, number 247, had been engaged. The driver's name was Thomas Hewitt, a man who had been conveying passengers through London streets for 15 years without incident, complaint, or any notable distinction whatsoever. He was, in other words, exactly the sort of reliable, invisible person upon whom cities depended. His record showed no accidents, no disputes over fares, no tendency to drink or gossip or fail to appear for work. A professional. Inspector Lestrade had interviewed Hewitt at first light, rousing the man from a breakfast of kippers and regret. Mycroft had received the report an hour ago, delivered by a messenger who cycled through morning traffic with the fearless determination of someone who believed momentum would protect him from collision. According to Hewitt, the Count had given an address in Belgravia, a respectable street near Eaton Square, where townhouses stood shoulder to shoulder like wealthy men at a club. The journey had been unremarkable, the Count silent in that way passengers often were when they had much on their minds. But there had been 2 stops along the way, both at the Count's request. The first stop, a tobacconist's on Buckingham Palace Road. The Count had stepped out, been inside for perhaps 5 minutes, and emerged empty-handed. No purchase was made, which was curious. Why stop at a tobacconist's and buy no tobacco? The second stop, a corner in Belgravia, near Belgrave Square but not quite at it. A residential street, nothing remarkable about it. No shops, no obvious destination. The Count had stood on the pavement for perhaps 3 minutes, looking at the buildings as if trying to remember something, then returned to the cab and asked to continue to his original destination. They'd arrived at the townhouse at approximately 5:15. The Count had paid his fare, included a generous tip and taken his luggage inside. Hewitt had driven away thinking no more about it. Why would he? The Count was safely delivered. The transaction was complete. Except, Mycroft thought, it wasn't. Somewhere between 5:15 and 7 o'clock, Count Barotzi had left his townhouse, arranged for his luggage to be transported to the Foreign Office, and then vanished as thoroughly as smoke in the wind. A knock at the door interrupted his contemplation. Mycroft did not look up. "Enter," he said, his voice carrying the assumption that whoever was knocking had good reason to be there. Inspector Lestrade came in, looking as he always did, professionally rumpled, determined, like a terrier that had been bred for persistence rather than beauty. He carried his hat in his hands and his pride in his pocket, both ready to be deployed when circumstances required. "Mr. Holmes," he said, nodding, "I've completed the initial inquiries." "Sit down, Inspector," Mycroft said, still not looking up from his documents. "Tell me what you've learned." Lestrade sat, arranged his notes, and began his recitation. He'd spoken with the hotel staff where the Count maintained rooms. The Count had not checked in, had sent no word, which was unusual. He'd interviewed the Count's secretary at the Italian embassy. The man was frantic, had no knowledge of his employer's whereabouts, and claimed this was entirely out of character. He'd checked the hospitals. No patients matching the Count's description had been admitted. He'd inquired discreetly at the morgue. No bodies, thank heavens, though one never knew. The Count's luggage arrived at the Foreign Office as expected, Lestrade continued, delivered by a porter from the Belgravia townhouse. The porter said the Count had paid him to transport the items, given specific instructions about timing, and seemed in perfectly good spirits. No sign of distress or coercion. "And the townhouse itself?" Mycroft asked. "I visited it this morning. It's owned by Lord Pemberton, who lets it out to various foreign visitors. The Count has been renting it intermittently for 3 years. The housekeeper says he arrived yesterday afternoon, spent perhaps an hour in residence, then departed on foot. Didn't say where he was going. I took nothing with him except what he was wearing." "On foot," Mycroft repeated softly. "In November fog, when he had a dinner engagement requiring formal dress in less than 2 hours. "Odd, isn't it?" Lestrade said. "Man's either remarkably confident about his timing or he had a destination close by," Mycroft finished. "Something he could accomplish quickly and return in time to prepare for the evening." The two men looked at each other. That peculiar meeting of minds that occurred when professional respect overcame the natural tension between police methodology and private consultation. The two stops, Mycroft said, rising from his desk and moving to the window. The pigeons were still there, arguing over territory with the seriousness of ambassadors. The tobacconists in the unmarked corner. Those are not random. Those are purposeful. A man does not stop twice during a journey unless he has reason to stop. "I've got men checking both locations more thoroughly," Lestrade said. "Talking to shopkeepers, residents, anyone who might have noticed something." "Good," Mycroft said, and there was approval in his voice, which Lestrade recognised as the rare commodity it was. "The answer is there, Inspector, in those stops, in the geography of the Count's movements. He was following a pattern, a purpose. We simply need to understand what it was." Watson arrived as they were discussing the next steps, bringing with him the smell of morning rain and the practical energy of a man who'd had proper breakfast. He listened to Lestrade's report with the attention of someone trained to gather information efficiently, to separate symptoms from diagnosis. "The tobacconist seems the obvious place to start," Watson observed. "If he went inside but bought nothing, he must have been seeking information or making contact with someone." "Precisely my thought," Mycroft said. "Inspector, I suggest you pursue that line personally. You have a gift for extracting information from ordinary people without alarming them." This was true, and Lestrade knew it. Where Sherlock Holmes made witnesses nervous with his unsettling ability to deduce their breakfast menus and marital problems, Lestrade simply asked questions in a manner that suggested he was a reasonable man seeking reasonable answers. The morning stretched toward noon. Outside, London conducted its business with the methodical determination of a city that had been conducting business since Romans had built walls and called it Londinium. Hansom cabs rattled over cobblestones. Street vendors called out their wares in voices that carried the distinctive accent of the East End. All dropped consonants and vowels that travelled unexpected paths. Somewhere a church bell marked the hour, counting time in a manner that had not changed for centuries. And somewhere in this vast accumulation of stone and humanity and fog, Count Alessandro Barozzi was either in danger, in hiding, or simply lost in a city that specialised in swallowing people whole, and occasionally, if one was fortunate, spitting them back out again relatively intact. Mycroft returned to his chair, his fingers resuming their steepled position. He had not left this office. He had no intention of leaving this office. Yet already he was following the Count's path, retracing steps not through London streets, but through the abstract geography of time and purpose and human intention. "He's alive," Mycroft said suddenly, with the certainty of someone reading a fact from a particularly reliable book. "If he were dead or injured, we would have found him by now. London's efficient at producing bodies when bodies exist. No, the Count is somewhere purposeful, somewhere he chose to be." "But why?" Watson asked. "Why miss a diplomatic dinner of such importance?" Mycroft smiled slightly, a thin expression that suggested he was enjoying the puzzle despite its potential consequences. "That, Doctor, is precisely what we must discover, and I suspect the answer lies not in where the Count is, but in what he was seeking when he stopped at a tobacconist's and bought no tobacco." The afternoon settled over London with the weight of a blanket someone had forgotten to air properly, damp, heavy, and faintly oppressive. The fog had achieved that particular consistency, where it was neither quite mist nor quite rain, but something in between that managed to be more irritating than either. It clung to coat collars and hat brims, turned hair into something that needed constant adjustment, and made the gas lamps flicker with a melancholy uncertainty, even in what passed for daylight. At Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes had been conducting experiments that involved 3 test tubes, a Bunsen burner, and a substance that smelled vaguely of rotting cabbage mixed with hope. He was, as Mrs. Hudson had observed from a safe distance, in one of his moods. This particular mood involved intense concentration, irregular meals, and a tendency to play the violin at 3 in the morning while pondering the precise rate at which certain alkaloids degraded in the presence of copper sulfate. It was, therefore, both a relief and an irritation when the telegram arrived. Mrs. Hudson brought it up on a tray, along with tea that she knew he wouldn't drink, and biscuits that would sit untouched until they achieved the texture of particularly determined roof tiles. She set the tray down with the careful precision of someone placing an offering before an unpredictable deity, and retreated before he could begin explaining his experiment in detail. Sherlock read the telegram once, then again, his grey eyes moving across the words with the speed of someone reading music rather than language. His expression shifted through several distinct phases: interest, calculation, mild annoyance, and finally something that might have been satisfaction if one squinted at it from the right angle. "Mycroft," he said aloud to the empty room, which was his way of beginning a conversation with his brother despite his brother being several miles away. "You found something tedious and want me to do the actual work." This was not entirely fair, but fairness had never been a priority in the Holmes family dynamic. 20 minutes later, Sherlock was in a cab heading toward Whitehall, having changed his dressing gown for proper clothes with the resigned air of someone forced to acknowledge that society had expectations. He'd sent a note to Watson's club, suggesting his friend might want to join him, because Watson was useful for several things, providing social lubricant in awkward situations, carrying one's equipment, and occasionally noticing things that Sherlock's focus had skipped over like a stone across water. By the time he arrived at Mycroft's borrowed office, Watson was already there, which suggested either excellent timing or Mycroft's usual habit of arranging people like chess pieces before the game began. "Brother mine," Sherlock said, entering without knocking, because knocking implied uncertainty about one's welcome, and Sherlock was never uncertain about anything. "You've lost a diplomat. How careless." Mycroft did not look up from the document he was reading. "Good afternoon, Sherlock. Your coat is wet. There's a stand by the door." "The fog is particularly clingy today," Sherlock observed, removing his coat with the casual disregard of someone who expected others to deal with such practicalities. Rather like certain clients who insist on explaining their problems in exhaustive detail when a simple summary would suffice. "Do sit down," Mycroft said, still not looking up, "and try to remember that this is a delicate matter requiring discretion rather than your usual enthusiasm." Watson, who had been observing this exchange with the weary familiarity of someone who had witnessed many such fraternal greetings, nodded to Sherlock and gestured toward a chair. Sherlock sat, but in that way he had a sitting that suggested he was merely pausing between more important activities, like a bird on a branch that might take flight at any moment. "Watson has been briefing me on your progress," Sherlock said. which was generous since he'd been in the room for less than 2 minutes. A count, Italian, vanished between his lodgings and a dinner engagement, last seen departing on foot. 2 curious stops during his journey from Victoria Station. Am I missing anything essential? The political implications, Mycroft said, finally setting down his document and giving his brother the full weight of his attention, which is considerable. Count Barozzi represents a principality that produces 12% of Britain's imported wine, maintains strategic positioning in the Mediterranean, and currently has 3 major powers attempting to absorb it through marriage, treaty, or the simple application of force. His disappearance on British soil could be interpreted as unfortunate. Unfortunate, Sherlock repeated, tasting the word like a wine he suspected of being corked. You mean catastrophic for diplomatic relations, potentially triggering accusations of incompetence or worse, and requiring someone to find him before the Prime Minister has to explain to Parliament why we've misplaced a foreign envoy. Precisely, Mycroft said. I'm so glad you understand gravity. Gravity is your department, Sherlock said, leaning back in his chair with the languid grace of a cat that had just spotted something interesting. I prefer action. So, the Italian embassy. I'll start there. Question the staff, examine the counts, correspondence, determine who might have reason to— No, Mycroft interrupted, and the word landed in the room like a book dropped on a desk. Sherlock's eyebrows rose. No, you will not visit the Italian embassy. You will not question anyone officially connected with the Count's diplomatic mission. You will not, under any circumstances, do anything that could be interpreted as suggesting the British government suspects foul play of an international nature. There was a pause. Watson recognised it as the particular silence that occurred when Sherlock was deciding whether to argue or simply ignore instructions he found inconvenient. It was rather like watching the weather gather before a storm. Then what? Sherlock said with dangerous pleasantness. Would you like me to do? Sit here and deduce the Count's location through pure thought? I'm good, brother, but even I require some contact with actual evidence. You may investigate, Mycroft said, but discreetly. You may follow the Count's movements. You may speak with cab drivers, shopkeepers, anyone who encountered him in an unofficial capacity. But you will do so as a private citizen pursuing a private inquiry, not as my brother, not as someone connected to government interests, simply as Sherlock Holmes, consulting detective, who happens to be curious about a puzzle. And if I discover the Count has been kidnapped, murdered, whisked away by anarchists with opinions about Italian unification, then you will inform me immediately, and we will handle it through proper diplomatic channels with the appropriate level of alarm and discretion. Mycroft leaned forward slightly, and his voice took on that quality it had when he was explaining something he considered self-evident. Sherlock, this is not a murder in Whitechapel or a stolen jewel in Mayfair. This is a man whose safety directly impacts trade agreements, military positioning, and the delicate balance of Mediterranean politics. If we bungle this, if we charge in making accusations, we could trigger exactly the international incident we're trying to prevent. Watson, who had been silent throughout this exchange, cleared his throat gently. Perhaps, he suggested, we might approach it as we would any missing person case. Follow the evidence wherever it leads, but without announcing our suspicions prematurely. Both brothers looked at him. It was one of those moments when Watson felt rather like a translator between two people who spoke the same language but used entirely different vocabularies. Watson's right, Mycroft said, which surprised everyone, possibly including Mycroft himself. Treat this as a puzzle. The Count had purpose in his movements. He stopped twice. He went somewhere on foot. He arranged for his luggage to be delivered. These are not the actions of a man in distress. These are the actions of a man executing a plan. A plan that involved missing a crucial diplomatic dinner, Sherlock mused, his fingers tapping against the arm of his chair in that rhythm that meant his mind was racing ahead of the conversation. Which means either the plan went wrong, or missing the dinner was part of the plan. Quite, Mycroft said. So the question becomes, what could be more important to the Count than maintaining diplomatic courtesy? The room fell quiet except for the ticking of a clock on the mantelpiece and the distant sound of London conducting its business beyond the windows. Watson found himself thinking about priorities, about what made a man risk professional disaster for personal purpose. Love, money, principle, fear. The tobacconists, Sherlock said suddenly. Lestrade is investigating. As we speak, Mycroft confirmed. And the corner where he stopped? the unmarked location, also being examined. Sherlock stood, that explosive energy that characterized his transitions between stillness and motion. Then that's where I'll begin. But I want full access to your files, timetables, cab records, anything you've compiled, and Watson comes with me. I assumed he would, Mycroft said dryly. Someone needs to prevent you from accidentally causing an international incident through sheer enthusiasm. Watson rose as well, checking his watch out of habit, though the time was largely irrelevant. When Sherlock was on a case, time became fluid, something that happened to other people who lived by schedules and social obligations. One more thing, Mycroft said as they prepared to leave. The Count has been renting that Belgravia townhouse for 3 years, visits London frequently, always stays there rather than at hotels. This suggests either economy, which seems unlikely given his position, or a desire for privacy that hotels cannot provide. Or, Sherlock said, pausing at the door, he has business in London that he prefers to keep separate from his official duties. Business that requires a fixed address, a place he can return to, a base of operations for something beyond diplomacy. Precisely what I thought, Mycroft said. Do try not to cause a scandal while investigating what that business might be. Sherlock smiled, that quick, fierce expression that meant he'd found something interesting. No promises, brother. No promises at all. As they descended the stairs and emerged into the fog-wrapped afternoon, Watson pulled his collar up against the damp and fell into step beside his friend. You know, he observed, Mycroft has a point about discretion. Mycroft always has points about discretion, Sherlock replied, setting off toward the street with that purposeful stride that suggested he already knew where he was going, even if Watson didn't. The question is whether discretion will find the Count before the Count's absence creates exactly the diplomatic disaster everyone is trying to prevent. A cab rattled past, its horse's hooves clopping against wet cobblestones. Somewhere a church bell tolled the hour. London absorbed them back into its vast complexity, 2 more. Figures in a city of millions, searching for one man who had chosen, for reasons yet unknown, to disappear. Morning in Belgravia arrived with the kind of refined quietness that only significant amounts of money could purchase. The fog had retreated to a polite mist, the sort that suggested damp rather than insisted upon it, and the streets gleamed with that freshly washed quality that made even the cobblestones look as though they'd been individually polished by servants with nothing better to do. The houses stood in elegant rows, their white facades as carefully maintained as family reputations, their black railings gleaming with paint that was renewed before it ever had the chance to chip. This was a neighbourhood where even the pigeons seemed to understand they were expected to behave with decorum, where the very air smelled of money, and the particular brand of confidence that came from knowing one's ancestors had been wealthy enough to afford portraits. Watson and Sherlock walked along Buckingham Palace Road, with that purposeful stride that marked them as men with destinations rather than men with time to waste. Watson had dressed carefully that morning, understanding without being told that Belgravia required a certain level of presentation. One did not simply wander through these streets looking rumpled. The residents might call a constable, assuming one was lost or worse, poor. Sherlock, by contrast, had dressed the way he always dressed when working, presentable enough not to cause comment, forgettable enough not to be remembered. It was a talent Watson had always admired. This ability his friend had to modulate his presence. When Sherlock wished to be noticed, he dominated a room. When he wished to fade into the background, he became somehow generic, just another London gentleman going about his business. The tobacconist's shop occupied a corner position, which granted it windows on 2 sides, and the kind of visibility that shopkeepers dreamed about. The door was dark green, polished to a shine, with brass fittings that caught what little sunlight managed to penetrate the morning mist. Above the door, gold lettering announced, Hammond & Sons, purveyors of fine tobacco since 1847. A bell chimed as they entered, a silvery sound that seemed designed to announce customers without being so vulgar as to actually ring loudly. The interior smelled precisely as a tobacconist's shoulder, rich, earthy, complex, with underlying notes of cherry wood, leather, and the particular sweetness of Virginia leaf. The walls were lined with mahogany cases, their glass fronts revealing neat rows of tins and jars, each labelled in careful script that suggested the contents within were not mere tobacco, but rather experiences waiting to be discovered. Behind the counter stood a man who could only be Hammond himself, or perhaps one of the sons. He was perhaps 60, with the kind of face that suggested he'd spent his life in the company of pleasant things and pleasant people. His hands, resting on the counter, were manicured but stained faintly at the fingertips. Not from smoking, Watson noted, but from handling tobacco leaf, the inevitable occupational marking of someone who took their craft seriously. "Gentlemen," the proprietor said, his voice carrying that particular accent that suggested education and refinement, without being so posh as to intimidate. "How may I assist you this morning?" Sherlock approached the counter with the casual air of someone browsing rather than investigating. He examined the displayed wares with apparent interest, his eyes moving across the labels, the arrangements, the small details that most customers would never notice. "Impressive selection," Sherlock observed. "Turkish, I see. And is that a Syrian blend? Unusual." The proprietor's face brightened with the pleasure of someone whose expertise had been recognised. "Indeed, sir, we pride ourselves on offering tobaccos from across the empire and beyond. The Syrian is particularly fine, though admittedly an acquired taste. Most gentlemen prefer something milder." "I'm interested in Turkish, actually," Sherlock said, and Watson recognised the subtle shift in his tone, the way he was building rapport before asking the real questions. "A friend recommended your establishment. Italian gentleman, here 2 days ago, Count Barozzi." The effect was immediate and telling. The proprietor's expression shifted from professional pleasantness to something more guarded, though he tried to hide it. "Ah," he said. "Yes, the Count, distinguished customer, has been patronising our establishment for some years now. But he didn't purchase anything when he visited 2 days ago," Sherlock said, making it a statement rather than a question. There was a pause. The proprietor's hands moved slightly on the counter, adjusting position in that way people did when deciding how much to reveal. Watson remained silent, understanding his role in these moments was to be the respectable, trustworthy presence that made shopkeepers feel comfortable sharing information with his more intimidating friend. "No," the proprietor finally admitted, "he didn't. Rather unusual, actually. The Count typically purchases our Turkish blend. We blend it specifically for him, in fact. But on this occasion he came in, seemed rather distracted, shall we say, and asked me for directions." "Directions," Sherlock repeated, his voice carefully neutral. "Where?" The proprietor hesitated, and Watson could see the calculation happening behind his eyes. How much could he reveal about a customer's business? What were the boundaries of professional discretion? "Perhaps," Watson interjected gently, "we should explain. The Count has gone missing. We're working with the authorities to locate him. Any information you could provide might be crucial to ensuring his safety." It was remarkable, Watson reflected, how the phrase "working with the authorities" could smooth so many conversational difficulties. It suggested official sanction without requiring actual proof, implied importance without demanding deference. The proprietor's expression shifted to concern. "Missing? Good heavens. The Count seemed perfectly well when I saw him, though, as I said, distracted. He asked for directions to... well, this is the peculiar part. He asked for directions to the Bohemian Circle." Sherlock's eyes sharpened with interest, though his voice remained casual. "The Bohemian Circle?" "A private club," the proprietor explained. "Artistic types, mostly. Painters, writers, musicians, some foreign residents, particularly from the continent. It's not. That is to say, it's not quite the sort of establishment one would expect a diplomat to frequent." "Why not?" Watson asked, genuinely curious. The proprietor chose his words carefully. "The Bohemian Circle caters to gentlemen, and ladies for that matter, whose interests run more toward artistic expression than social convention. It's perfectly respectable, mind you. But it operates outside the usual structures. Members value privacy, creativity, freedom from the more rigid expectations of London society." "Unconventional, but not unseemly," Sherlock summarised. "Precisely, sir. And the Count asked specifically how to find it. He had the address, you see, written on a piece of paper, but wasn't certain of the exact location. London can be confusing to navigate, even for those familiar with it." "Did he mention why he wished to go there?" Watson asked. "He did not, though he seemed eager, if I may say so. As if he had an appointment he was anxious not to miss." Sherlock was already moving toward the door, his posture shifting in that way that signalled he'd learned what he needed. "The address," he said over his shoulder. "You remember it?" "Belgrave Square," the proprietor replied. "Number 17, or rather, near number 17. The club occupies a basement entrance between two townhouses. Easy to miss if one doesn't know where to look. And the Count had this address written down, Sherlock mused, which suggests he'd received it from someone rather than looking it up in a directory. The Bohemian Circle isn't listed in directories, the proprietor said. One learns of it through personal recommendation, shall we say. It's that kind of establishment. Watson thanked the proprietor and followed Sherlock back onto the street, where the mist had thickened slightly, as if the morning couldn't quite commit to clearing. They stood for a moment on the pavement, watching a milk cart rattle past, the bottles clinking with a sound that seemed impossibly cheerful given the circumstances. A private club for artistic types, Watson said. What would a diplomat want there? What indeed, Sherlock replied, his mind clearly racing ahead. A man with a public reputation to maintain, official duties to fulfill, a dinner engagement at the Foreign Office. Yet he risks all of that to visit a club known for privacy and unconventional behaviour. Personal interest in art, Watson suggested. Many cultured men. Then why the secrecy? Sherlock interrupted. Why not simply visit openly during normal hours as any art enthusiast might? Why stop for directions from a tobacconist rather than asking his cab driver to wait? Why go on foot from his lodgings rather than arranging proper transportation? They began walking toward Belgrave Square, their pace measured, giving them time to think. The neighbourhood around them was beginning its daily routine. Servants emerging to polish door knockers, tradesmen making deliveries at basement entrances, a governess leading 2 children toward the park, the children's voices carrying that peculiar clarity of youth that made everything they said seem urgently important. Privacy, Watson said after a moment. He wanted to visit this club without anyone knowing, without it becoming part of his official itinerary. More than privacy, Sherlock corrected. Secrecy. There's a difference. Privacy is simply preferring not to share one's business. Secrecy is actively concealing it. The Count went to considerable lengths to ensure his visit couldn't be traced through normal channels. But why? Watson asked, though he suspected the question was rhetorical. That, Sherlock said, is what we're about to discover. Belgrave Square opened before them with that sudden grandeur that certain London spaces possessed, where one turned a corner and found oneself confronted with architectural ambition made manifest in stone and iron. The square's central garden was enclosed by railings, accessible only to residents who possessed keys, a literal and metaphorical representation of exclusivity. The townhouses surrounding it were uniformly magnificent, each one announcing its owner's wealth with that peculiarly British combination of understatement and excess. Number 17 was indistinguishable from its neighbours to the casual eye. White facade, black railings, steps leading up to an imposing door with brass fittings that gleamed with recent polishing. But Sherlock's attention was not on the main entrance. Instead, he was studying the space between number 17 and number 19, where a narrow passageway led toward what appeared to be servants' access to the basement level. There, he said, pointing. That's our destination. They descended stone steps worn smooth by years of use, entering a narrow areaway that smelled of coal and damp stone and that peculiar London basement scent of earth that never quite saw sunlight. At the base of the steps, nearly invisible unless one knew to look for it, was a door. Dark green, like the tobacconist's, but smaller, more discreet. No sign, no indication of what lay beyond, just a brass knocker shaped like a crescent moon. Sherlock knocked, 3 precise raps that echoed in the confined space. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the door opened, revealing a woman, of perhaps 40, dressed in clothing that managed to be both elegant and slightly bohemian. Flowing fabrics, unusual colours, a necklace of amber beads that caught the dim light. Yes, she said, her accent suggesting continental origins, her manner suggesting she was quite accustomed to being the person who decided who entered and who did not. We're looking for Count Barozzi, Sherlock said simply. We understand he may have visited here 2 days ago. The woman's expression revealed nothing. I'm afraid I don't know that name. Italian gentleman, Watson added gently. Diplomat. May have been seeking someone or something connected to your establishment. A pause, then, the Bohemian Circle values the privacy of its visitors. I'm sure you understand. We do, Sherlock said. We also understand the Count is missing, and that his absence may have serious consequences. We're not here to expose anyone's secrets. We're here to ensure the Count's safety. The woman studied them both. her eyes moving from Sherlock's face to Watson's, calculating, assessing. Finally, she stepped back slightly. "You'd better come in," she said, "though I can't promise we can help you." They entered, descending into a world that existed beneath London's proper surface, where rules bent differently and secrets accumulated like dust in corners. The interior of the Bohemian Circle unfolded like a secret gradually revealed, each step down into the basement revealing another layer of carefully cultivated atmosphere. The walls were painted a deep burgundy that absorbed light rather than reflected it, making the space feel simultaneously intimate and infinite. Gas lamps mounted in brass sconces cast pools of warm illumination that left the corners purposefully shadowed, as if the room itself understood the value of mystery. The air carried scents that spoke of elsewhere, incense with notes of sandalwood and amber, coffee brewed strong enough to keep artists working through dawn, and underneath it all, the faint sweetness of oil paint and turpentine. It was a smell that belonged to studios and garrets, to places where creation mattered more than convention. The woman who had admitted them moved through this space with the easy familiarity of someone who knew every floorboard, every shadow, every story these walls had absorbed over years of harbouring London's unconventional souls. She gestured toward a small alcove where several chairs clustered around a low table, the furniture mismatched but comfortable, chosen for use rather than display. "Please," she said, her voice carrying that musical quality that suggested English was perhaps her third or fourth language, each one adding texture to her accent. "Sit. I am Madame Katerina Volkov. I manage this establishment, such as it is." Watson and Sherlock settled into the offered chairs. Watson found himself studying the room with professional interest, noting the details that spoke of the club's character. On one wall hung paintings that range from conventional landscapes to abstract explorations of colour and form that would have scandalised a Royal Academy exhibition. A bookshelf sagged under the weight of volumes in multiple languages, their spines cracked with reading. In the far corner a piano stood with sheet music scattered across its surface, as if someone had been playing recently and might return at any moment. "The Count," Sherlock began, his voice measured, respectful of the space they'd entered. "Count Alessandro Barozzi. He came here 2 days ago in the late afternoon. We need to know why." Madame Volkov settled into a chair opposite them, her posture suggesting she was deciding how much truth this conversation required. Her hands, Watson noticed, bore traces of paint beneath the fingernails. Not fresh, but ingrained, the kind that came from years of handling canvases and brushes and the materials of artistic creation. "The circle exists," she said carefully, "because there are people in London, in any city really, who need spaces where they can be more than their public selves. Artists who are also aristocrats, writers who are also wives, musicians who are also diplomats. Here, they are simply themselves." "Noble sentiment," Sherlock observed, "but it doesn't answer our question." "No," Madame Volkov agreed, "it doesn't, but it explains why answering your question is complicated. The Count is, or was, if he's truly missing, a member here. Has been for perhaps 2 years. He visits London regularly, always stops by when he's in the city. And yes, he was here 2 days ago." Watson leaned forward slightly. "What was the nature of his visit?" Madame Volkov's expression softened into something that might have been sympathy. "Gentlemen, I should perhaps explain what the Count was seeking here. It wasn't art, though he appreciated it. It wasn't music, though he enjoyed it. It was preservation, memory, the keeping of things that would otherwise be lost." She rose, moving to a cabinet against the wall, and extracted a leather portfolio. When she returned and opened it on the table between them, Watson found himself looking at photographs. Not the formal studio portraits that filled Victorian albums, but candid images capturing moments of genuine life. Artists at work, musicians mid-performance, conversations caught in their natural flow. "The Count's family," Madame Volkov said quietly, "has been collecting art and manuscripts and books for 3 centuries. They've been patrons to painters and composers, preserved documents that might otherwise have disappeared into history's margins. The Count took this responsibility seriously, perhaps more seriously than he took his diplomatic duties. And now," Sherlock asked, his eyes on the photographs but his mind clearly racing ahead, "now the family's fortunes have turned. Not catastrophically. They're not destitute. But maintaining a principality in the modern world is expensive. Maintaining relevance when larger nations circle like sharks is even more expensive. The Count's cousins have decided to sell. The villa, the collections, everything. Converting heritage into capital, as if art were simply investment waiting to be liquidated, Watson began to understand. And the Count disagrees. The Count is heartbroken, Madame Volkov corrected. He's spent 2 years quietly acquiring pieces from his family's collection before they reach the open market. Buying back what's technically already his, except the family operates under collective ownership and he's been outvoted. He's been using his London visits to coordinate with antiquarian dealers, private collectors, anyone who might help him preserve what's about to be scattered to wealthy buyers who see beauty as status rather than legacy. That's why he rented a townhouse rather than staying in hotels, Sherlock said, the pieces falling into place with audible clicks in his voice. He needed a permanent address, a place where correspondence could reach him, where transactions could be conducted discreetly. Precisely, and 2 days ago he came here because he'd received word that a particularly important item was available, a manuscript. Medieval. One of the treasures of his family's collection, something his grandfather had shown him when he was a boy, and told him stories about the monks who'd created it, the hands that had turned its pages across centuries. And this manuscript, Watson said, where was it? That's where the story becomes complicated, Madame Volkov said. The Count had arranged its purchase through an intermediary, a dealer named Whitmore, specialises in rare books and documents. Whitmore's establishment is nearby, just off Belgrave Square. But Whitmore is cautious, paranoid even. He doesn't conduct business at his shop if he can help it, doesn't keep valuable items there where they might tempt thieves or attract unwanted attention from tax assessors. So where does he keep them? Sherlock asked, though his tone suggested he was already forming hypotheses. Various locations, safe houses if you will, private storage. This particular manuscript was being held in the cellar of an antiquarian society, the Society for Renaissance Studies. Respectable organisation, been around for 40 years, owns a building near here where they house their library and hold meetings. Whitmore, as a member, had arranged to store the manuscript there temporarily until the Count could complete the purchase. Watson pulled out his notebook, that habit from his medical days when details mattered and memory was never quite sufficient. The Society for Renaissance Studies. Do you have an address? Eaton Place, Madame Volkov said. Number 47, not far from where you found me. The Count left here around 5:30, said he was going to view the manuscript, ensure it was authentic and in good condition before finalising the transaction. He was excited. More animated than I'd seen him in months. This manuscript meant something to him beyond its monetary value. And he was expected at the Foreign Office at 7, Sherlock mused, which gave him roughly 90 minutes, time enough to walk to Eaton Place, examine the manuscript, and return to his lodgings to prepare for dinner. Except he never returned, Watson finished. The three of them sat in silence for a moment, the weight of the Count's absence settling over the conversation like fog over the Thames. Somewhere in the building above them, London continued its business. Footsteps on pavement, the rattle of carriage wheels, the distant call of a street vendor selling something no one particularly needed but everyone occasionally wanted. Did he go alone? Sherlock asked. To view the manuscript? I assume so. He didn't mention meeting anyone, though Whitmore would have been there presumably to facilitate the viewing, and perhaps the Society's curator. These things are usually done with witnesses to establish provenance, ensure authenticity. Names, Sherlock said. I need names. Everyone who might have been present. Madame Volkov moved to a small desk in the corner, extracted a card from a drawer and handed it to Sherlock. Whitmore's contact information. As for the Society's curator, that would be Dr. Edmund Ashford. Scholar, expert in medieval manuscripts, bit of a hermit but respected in his field. Watson watched Sherlock examine the card with that intensity he brought to all evidence, as if even the quality of the paper stock might reveal secrets. The Society's building, Sherlock said. It would have a cellar? Storage areas? Most buildings in Belgravia do, Madame Volkov confirmed. The ground is stable. The cellar's dry enough for storage if properly maintained. Perfect for housing books and documents that need protection from London's dampness. And locked? Watson asked, thinking of security, of how one might become trapped. I would imagine so. These societies are careful about their collections, but you'd need to ask Dr. Ashford about specific arrangements. Sherlock rose, that sudden movement that characterized his transitions from information gathering to action. "We need to visit this society, immediately." But Madame Volkov held up a hand, forestalling their departure. "There's something else you should know, something the Count mentioned in passing, though I didn't think much of it at the time." "Yes?" Sherlock's voice carried that particular sharpness that meant his full attention was engaged. "He said the manuscript reminded him of something, a puzzle his grandfather had told him about, something hidden in the family's collection. He was excited about examining it closely and said something about checking the margins, the illuminations, as if he was looking for more than just the manuscript itself." "A puzzle?" Sherlock repeated. "What kind of puzzle?" He didn't elaborate, but he had that look, you know the one, that scholars get when they're onto something, when they think they've found a connection no one else has noticed. Whatever was in that manuscript, or whatever he thought might be in it, it wasn't just about preserving family heritage. It was about discovering something. Watson glanced at Sherlock and saw the familiar gleam in his friend's eyes, that combination of intellectual hunger and competitive drive that meant a puzzle had been recognized and accepted. This was no longer simply a missing diplomat. This was a mystery with layers, with historical depth, with the kind of complexity that engaged Sherlock's full formidable attention. "Thank you," Sherlock said to Madame Volkov, his voice carrying genuine appreciation rather than his usual perfunctory courtesy. "You've been remarkably helpful." "Find him," she said quietly. "The Count is a good man, kind. He tips the musicians generously, remembers everyone's names, and brings Italian coffee beans because he says our English coffee is an insult to the concept. The world has enough diplomats who are merely competent. It needs the ones who care about beautiful things and want to protect them." They ascended back to street level, emerging into afternoon light that seemed harsh after the basement's cultivated dimness. The mist had cleared slightly, revealing Belgravia in all its ordered elegance, every building a statement of wealth translated into architecture. "The society," Watson said as they oriented themselves. "Eaton Place isn't far." "No," Sherlock agreed. "Perhaps 10 minutes on foot. The Count would have walked it easily, and if he was excited, eager to see this manuscript, he might have walked quickly." They set off through streets that curved and intersected, with the kind of logic that suggested London's layout had been determined by medieval cowpaths rather than rational planning. Past townhouses where servants polished brass and swept steps, past a small park where a nanny supervised children playing with hoops, past a corner where a flower seller arranged her wares, with the careful artistry of someone who understood that beauty sold better than mere freshness. Eaton Place presented itself with the same stately elegance as every other Belgravia street, though Watson detected subtle variations in the architecture that probably meant something to people who paid attention to such things. Number 47 distinguished itself only by a small brass plaque beside the door. Society for Renaissance Studies, founded 1853. The door was painted a respectable dark blue, the knocker shaped like a lion's head, the steps swept clean of the morning's leaf fall. Everything about it suggested respectability, permanence, the kind of institution that had been here long enough to be part of the neighbourhood's furniture. Sherlock knocked, 3 precise raps that echoed with surprising loudness in the quiet street. For a long moment, nothing. Then footsteps from within, approaching with the measured pace of someone who was not accustomed to hurrying. The door opened to reveal a man of perhaps 50, dressed in a suit that had been fashionable perhaps 15 years ago, and maintained since with the care of someone who saw no reason to follow fashion's whims. His face was scholarly, thoughtful, with spectacles perched on his nose and ink stains on his fingers that matched Madame Volkov's paint stains in their professional permanence. "Dr. Ashford?" Sherlock inquired. "I am he, and you are?" "Sherlock Holmes. This is Dr. Watson. We're investigating the disappearance of Count Alessandro Barozzi, who we believe visited your society 2 days ago to view a manuscript." Dr. Ashford's expression shifted through several emotions in rapid succession. Surprise, concern, calculation. "Count Barozzi? Yes, he was here. Good heavens, you say he's disappeared?" "He failed to arrive at a diplomatic engagement," Watson explained, using that tone of professional concern that often smoothed conversations with nervous individuals. "We're trying to trace his movements. May we come in?" Dr. Ashford stepped back, admitting them to a hallway that smelled of old paper and furniture polish. and that peculiar mustiness that accumulated in buildings where air circulation was sacrificed to temperature control for the sake of preservation. The walls were lined with framed illustrations, reproductions of medieval manuscripts, Watson guessed, showcasing illuminated letters and marginalia in colours that glowed even in reproduction. "This way," Dr. Ashford said, leading them down the hall to a study that was clearly his domain. Books covered every wall from floor to ceiling, stacked with the organised chaos that suggested a filing system comprehensible only to its creator. A desk by the window held papers weighed down with curious objects, what appeared to be a bronze Roman coin, a piece of carved wood, a magnifying glass of unusual size and clarity. "The Count came to view a manuscript," Sherlock began once they were seated. "A medieval work, arranged through a dealer named Whitmore." Yes, Dr. Ashford confirmed, settling into his desk chair with the relief of someone returning to their natural habitat. "A beautiful piece. 13th century, probably produced in a Florentine scriptorium. The illuminations are exceptional. Gold leaf, lapis lazuli for the blues, vermilion for the reds. The kind of work that took years to complete, created by hands that understood beauty, was itself a form of worship." "And the Count viewed it here?" Watson asked. "In our manuscript room, in the cellar. That's where we keep our most valuable items. Stable temperature, minimal light exposure, controlled humidity. Whitmore had stored it there pending the transaction. The Count arrived around, it must have been 5:45. I remember checking my watch because I had a lecture to prepare for the evening. He was excited, as collectors often are when encountering something they've been seeking." "Was Whitmore present?" Sherlock asked. "No, actually. He'd been called away to another appointment, but had given me instructions for showing the manuscript. The Count and I went down to the manuscript room together. I unlocked it. We keep it secured, of course, and brought out the manuscript for his examination." "How long did this examination take?" Sherlock's voice was carefully neutral, but Watson could sense the focus beneath it. "That's the peculiar thing," Dr. Ashford said, his brow furrowing. "I left him to examine it privately. Collectors prefer that sometimes. They want to commune with the object without feeling observed or rushed. I told him to take his time, to call up the stairs when he was finished. I returned to my study here, worked on my lecture notes. And," Watson prompted when the scholar paused, "I became absorbed in my work. You know how it is. Time passes and one doesn't notice. When I finally looked up, it was past 6:30. I went down to check on the Count, assuming he'd finished and left, perhaps forgetting to inform me. But," Sherlock said, because there was clearly a but coming, "but the manuscript room was empty. The manuscript was there, carefully rewrapped in its protective covering, everything in order. But no Count. I assumed he'd left, had perhaps called up to me, and I'd been too engrossed in my work to hear. I locked the room, thought nothing more of it until now." Watson and Sherlock exchanged glances. "The cellar," Sherlock said. "May we see it?" Of course. Dr. Ashford rose, collected a ring of keys from a hook on the wall and led them back to the hallway. At its far end, a door opened onto a narrow staircase descending into darkness. Dr. Ashford lit a lamp from a nearby table and began the descent. The stairs were stone, worn smooth by generations of feet, and they curved slightly as they descended, creating the sensation of spiralling down into earth itself. The air grew cooler, damper, carrying that underground smell of stone and stillness and time accumulated like sediment. At the base of the stairs, a corridor stretched away into dimness, punctuated by doors on either side. Dr. Ashford led them to the third door on the right, selected a key from his ring, and unlocked it. The manuscript room was surprisingly small, perhaps 12 feet square, with shelves lining 3 walls and a central table, where items could be examined. The lamp's light revealed ordered rows of boxes and portfolios, each labelled in neat script, everything suggesting careful curation and protection. "This is where the Count examined the manuscript," Dr. Ashford said, setting the lamp on the central table. "I brought it out, placed it here, and provided him with cotton gloves for handling it. Standard procedure." Sherlock moved around the room with that peculiar intensity he brought to crime scenes, though Watson wasn't certain yet if this was a crime scene or simply a room where someone had once been. He examined the shelves, the floor, the door frame, and the lock mechanism. "Windows?" he asked. "None. We're below ground level, and windows would compromise the environmental stability we need for preservation. Other exits? Just the door you came through. This room doesn't connect to anything else." Watson watched his friend work, recognizing the signs of Sherlock's mind organizing and categorizing every detail. After several minutes of examination, Sherlock straightened, his expression thoughtful. "Dr. Ashford," he said, "you're certain you locked this room after finding it empty?" "Absolutely certain. I always lock it. Society's insurance requires it, and besides, the contents are irreplaceable. I checked the lock, as I always do, ensuring it was engaged properly." "And there's only one key?" "One on this ring, yes, though Whitmore has a copy, as he stores items here regularly." "I'll need to speak with Whitmore," Sherlock said. "Immediately." They ascended back to the ground floor, the lamplight casting moving shadows on the stairwell walls. In Dr. Ashford's study, Sherlock obtained Whitmore's address, a shop in Mayfair, not far from Piccadilly, and his home address in Kensington. "One more question," Sherlock said as they prepared to leave. "The manuscript itself. You said the Count was examining it closely. Did you notice anything unusual about his behaviour, his interest in it?" Dr. Ashford considered this. He was particularly interested in the marginalia. The decorative elements, yes, but also the margins themselves. He was using the magnifying glass I'd provided, studying the edges of the pages with considerable focus. I remember thinking it odd. Most collectors focus on the illuminations, the main text, but he seemed fascinated by what surrounded it. "As if," Sherlock said softly, "he was looking for something specific." "Perhaps, though what one might find in medieval margins beyond the occasional doodle or reader's note, I couldn't say." They emerged back onto Eaton Place, where afternoon was beginning its slow transition toward evening. The quality of light had changed, becoming softer, more golden, as if the day itself was growing tired and considering rest. "He vanished from a locked room," Watson said, as they walked toward the main street where cabs might be found. "That's impossible." "Nothing is impossible," Sherlock corrected absently. "Only improbable, and what's improbable usually means we're asking the wrong questions. Then what are the right questions? Why was the Count so interested in the margins? What was he looking for? And if he found it, where did it lead him?" A cab appeared, and they hailed it, climbing in with the relief of men who'd been on their feet for hours. Sherlock gave Whitmore's Mayfair address, and the cab lurched into motion, joining the flow of London traffic that never quite ceased, only varied in density and purpose as day became, evening became, night. Watson settled back against the worn leather seat, his mind turning over what they'd learned. A diplomat who collected art, a manuscript with secrets in its margins, a locked room from which a man had vanished, and somewhere in London, Count Alessandro Barozzi, missing for 2 days now, his absence threatening diplomatic consequences no one had yet fully calculated. The city rolled past the cab windows, vast and indifferent and full of stories it would never tell unless someone thought to ask the right questions. Watson watched the streets change as they moved from Belgravia toward Mayfair, the subtle shifts in architecture and purpose that marked London's invisible borders. "Sherlock," he said after a while, "do you think the Count is still alive?" His friend was silent for a long moment, his profile sharp against the window's light. "I think," he said finally, "that the Count is somewhere following a trail that seemed more important to him than diplomatic dinners or international relations. And I think that whatever he found in those manuscript margins led him somewhere he didn't expect to go. Or couldn't escape from," Watson added quietly. "Or that," Sherlock agreed, "which is why we need to find him quickly." The cab rattled on through London's evening streets, carrying them toward answers that remained, for now, as hidden as secrets written in medieval margins, waiting for the right eyes to find them. The dealer's shop occupied a narrow building on a Mayfair side street, the kind of location that suggested Whitmore preferred discretion to foot traffic. The window display showed nothing vulgar, no price tags, no obvious merchandise, just a single leather-bound volume open to reveal illuminated script, positioned like a jewel in a setting designed to draw the eye without appearing to try. Above the door, gold lettering announced, E. Whitmore, Antiquarian Books and Manuscripts by Appointment. The shop was closed, despite the hour suggesting business should still be conducted. A small card in the window indicated opening hours that seemed more like suggestions than commitments. Tuesdays and Thursdays, 2:05 p.m, or by arrangement. It was Wednesday, which explained the locked door but did nothing to improve Sherlock's mood. "Kensington, then," he said, turning away from the shop with barely contained impatience. "His home address." The cab ride across London gave Watson time to organise his thoughts. to arrange the day's discoveries into something resembling narrative order. He pulled out his notebook and began making entries. That old habit from his Afghanistan days when keeping records might mean the difference between remembering important medical details and potentially harmful oversight. The Count's trajectory had become clearer with each location they visited. Victoria Station to the Belgravia townhouse, with stops at the tobacconist for directions and at the mysterious corner where he'd paused, perhaps gathering courage, or simply orienting himself, then to the Bohemian Circle, where he'd learned the manuscript was ready for viewing. Finally to the Society for Renaissance Studies, where he'd descended into a cellar and somehow ceased to exist in any trackable sense. The margins, Watson said aloud, thinking through what Dr. Ashford had observed. What could be hidden in manuscript margins that would justify such intense scrutiny? Sherlock, who had been staring out the window with that abstracted expression that meant his mind was working through problems faster than speech could follow, turned slightly. Medieval manuscripts were expensive to produce. Vellum required animal skins. A single manuscript might consume an entire flock's worth. Scribes worked for months or years on a single volume. Such investment doesn't occur without purpose. Religious texts mostly, Watson observed. Gospels, psalters, books of hours. Yes, but also secular works. Poetry, philosophy, histories, and sometimes, encoded within the religious veneer, other information entirely. Maps to treasure, family secrets, political intelligence. The margins of medieval manuscripts are where scribes felt free to add personal touches, complaints about the cold, prayers for their hands to steady, sometimes crude jokes or drawings, but occasionally something more deliberate. You think the Count's grandfather encoded something in this manuscript? I think, Sherlock said carefully, that the Count believed his grandfather had encoded something. Whether that belief was justified remains to be determined, but it would explain his urgency, his willingness to risk diplomatic embarrassment. If he thought the manuscript contained information about other family treasures, other items worth preserving, he might have pursued that lead immediately upon discovering it. The cab deposited them on a quiet Kensington street where evening was settling with genteel propriety. The houses here were smaller than Belgravia's grand townhouses, but no less respectable, inhabited by professionals and merchants who had done well enough to afford comfort without ostentatious display. Whitmore's address proved to be a narrow 3-story building with window boxes showing the remnants of summer flowers, now brown and dormant, waiting for spring's resurrection. Sherlock knocked with his usual authority, the sound carrying clearly in the evening quiet. They waited, listening to the approach of footsteps within, not hurried, but steady, the gait of someone expecting no particular urgency from the world. The door opened to reveal a man of perhaps 60, dressed in house clothes that suggested he'd been settled in for the evening. He was slight, with the kind of frame that spoke of a life spent among books rather than physical exertion, but his eyes were sharp behind wire-rimmed spectacles, assessing his unexpected visitors with practised wariness. "Mr. Whitmore?" Sherlock inquired. "I am, though I don't receive, clients at home. If you're interested in viewing items, you'll need to make an appointment at my shop." "We're not clients," Sherlock said. "We're investigating the disappearance of Count Alessandro Barozzi. I believe you were facilitating his purchase of a medieval manuscript." Whitmore's expression shifted immediately from professional guardedness to genuine concern. "Disappeared? When?" "I saw him just 2 days ago." "No, that's not quite right. I was supposed to meet him 2 days ago, but I was called away to authenticate an estate purchase in Hampstead. I left word with Dr. Ashford that the Count could view the manuscript in my absence." "May we come in?" Watson asked, noting the chill in the evening air and the way their breath was beginning to show as mist. "This may take some time to explain." Whitmore hesitated only a moment before stepping back. "Yes, of course. Forgive me. Come through to study." The interior of Whitmore's home reflected his profession. Books everywhere, but organised with a dealer's precision rather than a collector's passionate chaos. The walls were lined with shelves holding volumes arranged by size and period, their spines creating patterns of colour and texture that suggested both utility and aesthetic consideration. A fire burned in the grate of the study he led them to, its warmth welcome after the cooling evening. "Please sit," Whitmore said, gesturing to chairs near the fire. "Tell me what's happened. The Count is a good client. More than that, a friend, really. We've been working together for 2 years now, helping him preserve pieces of his family's collection before they're scattered to the winds." Sherlock settled into the offered chair with that economy of movement, that suggested he was conserving energy for more important exertions. The Count arrived at the Society for Renaissance Studies around 5:45 2 days ago. He examined the manuscript you'd arranged for him to view. Dr. Ashford left him alone with it, and when he returned to check, the Count was gone. The manuscript remained carefully rewrapped, but the Count had vanished. Gone where? Whitmore's confusion seemed genuine. That's what we're trying to determine, Watson said. Dr. Ashford mentioned the Count was particularly interested in the manuscript's margins. Can you tell us anything about those margins? Anything unusual or noteworthy? Whitmore rose, moved to a filing cabinet in the corner, and extracted a portfolio. When he returned and opened it, Watson found himself looking at photographs of manuscript pages, high-quality reproductions that captured the detail of the original work. I always document items before sale, Whitmore explained, for insurance purposes, but also for my own records. This is the manuscript in question. A Psalter, 13th century, Florentine origin. The main text is standard liturgical material, but yes, the margins are interesting. He spread several photographs on the low table between them. Watson leaned forward, studying the images. The illuminations were indeed beautiful, as Dr. Ashford had described. Letters formed from gold and colour, depicting scenes of religious significance with the precision of artists who believed their work honoured divine creation. But the margins, those were different. Around the main text, in the spaces where medieval scribes typically left decorative flourishes or blank space, this manuscript had tiny illustrations, not religious imagery, but secular. Buildings, trees, what appeared to be landmarks, and interspersed among these illustrations, small blocks of text in what Watson recognised as Latin, but written so small as to be nearly illegible without magnification. "What do these marginal texts say?" Sherlock asked, his finger tracing the air above one of the photographs without touching its surface. "I haven't translated them all," Whitmore admitted. "My Latin is functional but not scholarly, but from what I could make out, they're not prayers or biblical quotations. They appear to be descriptions, directions, 3 paces from the fountain toward the eastern wall, that sort of thing." "A treasure map," Watson said, the realization dawning, hidden in plain sight, disguised as a religious manuscript. "Possibly," Sherlock said, though his tone suggested he was considering multiple possibilities simultaneously. "Or a record of where other family treasures were hidden during times of political instability." Medieval Italy was not a peaceful place. Families learned to conceal their valuables, and they needed ways to remember where those valuables were concealed. A psalter would be kept, treasured, passed down through generations, an ideal place to encode information. "The Count's grandfather," Whitmore said slowly, "told him stories about hidden family treasures. The Count mentioned it once, saying his grandfather claimed there were items the family had forgotten about, hidden away during the various wars and political upheavals of past centuries. He'd always assumed it was just an old man's tales, the kind of family mythology that accumulates over time. Until he saw this manuscript," Sherlock finished, "and recognised the landmarks in the margins. Buildings or locations he knew from his family's properties. That would explain his excitement," Watson observed, "and his urgency. If he thought he'd found genuine directions to lost family treasures, he might have wanted to verify them immediately." "But verify them where?" Whitmore asked. "The family's main properties are in Italy. Even if he'd discovered coordinates or descriptions, he couldn't simply abandon his diplomatic duties and rush off to Florence." Sherlock was studying the photographs with that intensity that meant he was seeing connections others had missed. "Unless," he said softly, "the treasures aren't all in Italy. The Count maintained a London townhouse for 3 years. He visited regularly, always stayed in the same location. What if some of his family's treasures were hidden here in London, brought here during times when England seemed safer than a contested Italian principality?" The room fell silent except for the fire's crackle and the distant sound of a street vendor calling the evening edition of newspapers. Watson found himself thinking about families, about legacies, about the things people tried to preserve when everything else was falling apart. "The Count's family had been collecting for centuries," Madame Volkov had said. "In that time, in that turbulent history, how many items might have been secreted away for safekeeping?" "The Belgravia townhouse," Watson said suddenly. When the Count arrived there, before going to view the manuscript, he might have been checking something, verifying a location from memory. "Or," Sherlock said, rising with that explosive energy that characterized his moments of insight. He might have been preparing, gathering tools, making arrangements. If he planned to follow the manuscript's clues immediately, he would have needed equipment, torches or lanterns, perhaps tools for excavation or forced entry, depending on what the hiding places required. But Dr. Ashford said the Count took nothing with him when he left the manuscript room, Watson pointed out. Nothing visible, Sherlock corrected, but the photographs. Mr. Whitmore, you documented these pages. Did you provide copies to the Count? No, he'd never asked for them before. He preferred to examine items in person. But he could have made his own copies while examining the manuscript. A skilled artist could sketch the key details quickly, or someone familiar with the content could simply memorize it, if there wasn't much to remember. Sherlock began pacing, that restless movement that accompanied his most productive thinking. Consider the sequence. The Count views the manuscript, studies the margins intensely, identifies references to locations here in London. He realizes he can verify this immediately. Doesn't need to wait for return trips to Italy or coordinate with family members who might interfere. He can simply follow the clues tonight, right now, while he's here. But where would he start, Watson asked. London is vast, even with directions, finding specific locations from medieval descriptions. The townhouse, Sherlock interrupted. That's why he rented that specific property. It wasn't random. It was chosen because it was near something important. A landmark mentioned in the manuscript, perhaps, or a property the family once owned. Whitmore was flipping through additional photographs, his face growing pale. "Oh, God," he said quietly. "There's a page near the end, a marginalia showing what looks like a building. I didn't think much of it. Medieval drawings aren't photographic. But now that you mention it..." He laid out another photograph. The image showed a building rendered in the simplified style of medieval illustration, but with enough detail to be distinctive. 3 stories, a distinctive bay window on the upper floor, and at the base, what appeared to be a cellar or underground space marked with what might have been stars or simply decorative dots. That could be dozens of buildings, Watson observed. Or one very specific building, Sherlock countered. One the Count recognized. One near his rented townhouse, perhaps. "Mr. Whitmore, these photographs. May I borrow them? I promise their safe return." Yes, of course. Anything to help find the Count. Outside, full darkness had descended while they talked, bringing with it that particular quality London nights had in autumn. The air thick enough to taste, the gas lamps creating islands of gold in seas of shadow, the city simultaneously intimate and vast. Sherlock hailed a cab with the urgency of someone no longer gathering information but ready to act. "Back to Belgravia," he told the driver. "Eaton Place, and quickly." Watson climbed in beside him, feeling that familiar mixture of excitement and apprehension that accompanied Sherlock's breakthrough moments. "You think the Count is still there, at the Society?" "I think," Sherlock said, his voice carrying absolute certainty, "that the Count never left the Society at all. Dr. Ashford thought the manuscript room was empty because he expected to find it empty. But what if the Count was still there, just not visible? A hidden door? A passage? Exactly. These old buildings in Belgravia often have them. Servant corridors, coal chutes, connections between properties that were built when the entire block was owned by one family. The Count recognized something in the manuscript that told him where to look. He found an entrance to something beneath the Society's cellar and he followed it. The cab clattered through streets that had transitioned from day's business to evening's leisure. Theatres lit and welcoming, restaurants showing candle-lit interiors through steamed windows, the clubs of Pall Mall glowing with masculine comfort. Then back into Belgravia's residential quiet, where evening meant drawn curtains and private lives conducted behind elegant facades. At the Society, lights showed in upper windows. Dr. Ashford was still at work, or perhaps lived on the premises. Sherlock knocked with authority that brooked no delay, and when the scholar appeared, looking surprised but not displeased to see them again, Sherlock spoke before greetings could be exchanged. "The cellar. We need access again, and I need you to think carefully. Are there any spaces beneath your building that aren't part of the Society's regular storage? Any areas that might connect to neighbouring properties or older structures?" Dr. Ashford blinked behind his spectacles, processing this urgent inquiry. "Well, yes, actually. The building's foundation is much older than the Society. Dates back perhaps 200 years or more. When we renovated the cellar for manuscript storage, we found evidence of older rooms, medieval or Tudor period. We sealed them off, considered them structurally unsound and irrelevant to our purposes. Sealed them how? Sherlock demanded. Brick wall, professional work done by our contractor. The old spaces were accessed through the far end of the cellar, beyond the manuscript room. Show me, now. They descended once more into the building's depths, Dr. Ashford's lamp casting moving shadows that made the narrow corridor seem alive. Past the manuscript room to the corridor's end, where indeed a brick wall stood, newer than its surroundings, the mortar still showing the pale colour of recent construction. Sherlock examined it closely, running his hands along the bricks, testing their stability. Then he stepped back, his eyes moving across the floor, the adjacent walls, the ceiling. There, he said suddenly, pointing to a spot where the floor showed slight discoloration. That's been disturbed recently. Someone moved something heavy across this floor, scraping the stone. He knelt, examining the area more closely, his fingers finding what Watson couldn't see. Tiny fragments of brick, mortar dust, evidence of disturbance. The Count didn't go through the wall, Sherlock said. He went under it. There's a coal chute or access point here covered by flagstones. He found it, opened it, and descended. But the flagstones are intact, Dr. Ashford protested. Now they are, because he replaced them after himself. Look here, these particular stones are slightly elevated compared to their neighbours, as if they were lifted and not quite seated properly when replaced. Sherlock began working at the stones, his fingers finding purchase in gaps Watson could barely perceive. With effort, aided by Watson's assistance, they lifted a section of flooring to reveal darkness beneath. A shaft perhaps 3 feet square, with iron rungs set into its side descending into blackness. Good Lord, Dr. Ashford breathed. I never knew this was here. The renovations didn't extend to lifting the floor. Medieval coal chute, or possibly an escape route, Sherlock said, already preparing to descend. Dr. Ashford, we'll need your lamp. Watson, stay here initially. If I call up, fetch help. Police, fire brigade, whatever seems necessary. If I don't call within 10 minutes, come after me. Before Watson could argue or Dr. Ashford could protest, Sherlock had swung himself into the shaft and begun descending, the lamp in one hand, his movements sure despite the awkwardness. Watson watched the light diminish as his friend descended, counting the rungs, estimating the depth. 20 feet, perhaps 30, hard to judge as the light faded and finally disappeared entirely, leaving only the faint glow suggesting Sherlock had reached bottom. Minutes passed. Watson and Dr. Ashford stood in the cellar's darkness, the scholar's shallow breathing the only sound beyond the distant rumble of London traffic, filtering down through stone and earth. Watson counted silently, approaching the 10-minute threshold Sherlock had specified, his hand moving toward the shaft's edge, preparing to follow. Then, faint but unmistakable, Sherlock's voice echoed up from below. Watson, come down, and bring rope if you can find it. Dr. Ashford hurried away to locate rope while Watson lowered himself into the shaft, his military training overcoming any hesitation about descending into darkness. The rungs were solid despite their age, the iron cold and slightly damp under his hands. Down and down the shaft seemed longer than 30 feet, until finally his feet found a stone floor and he stepped away into a space he couldn't yet see. Here, Sherlock's voice said from nearby, and the lamp appeared, illuminating a chamber that was clearly very old indeed. Stone walls showing medieval construction, a vaulted ceiling, and in the centre of the room, surrounded by scattered papers and an overturned lantern whose oil had long since burned away, Count Alessandro Barozzi. The Count was alive but unconscious, his face pale, his breathing shallow. Watson dropped to his knees beside the man, immediately shifting into medical assessment mode. Pulse present but weak, no obvious injuries, signs of dehydration and exposure, but nothing immediately life-threatening. He's been here since he descended, Sherlock said, kneeling beside Watson. The chamber connects to several other rooms. I've only explored briefly. He was following the manuscript's clues, I think, and got farther than he expected. His lantern ran out of oil, leaving him in darkness. He tried to find his way back, but became disoriented, eventually collapsing here. We need to get him out, Watson said. He needs water, warmth, and medical attention. Dr. Ashford's voice echoed down from above. I've found rope. Sending it down. The rope appeared, snaking down the shaft like a living thing. Between them, Watson and Sherlock fashioned a harness of sorts, securing the unconscious Count as gently as possible. Dr. Ashford had apparently recruited help. Voices now echoed from above, footmen from neighbouring houses responding to the scholar's urgent summons. The process of hauling the Count up through the shaft was delicate and slow, requiring coordination between those above and below. Finally he disappeared upward into darkness, and Watson followed, climbing with muscles that protested the day's exertions, emerging finally into the cellar's comparative brightness. The Count had been laid on the floor, surrounded by concerned faces. Watson immediately requested water, blankets, and someone to fetch a doctor, though he was already conducting his own examination. The Count's eyes fluttered open as Watson checked his pulse, confusion and recognition warring across his features. "Doctor," the Count whispered, his voice hoarse from dehydration. "Where? What happened?" "You've been lost in cellars beneath the Society," Watson explained gently. "How long have you been down there?" "I don't... 2 days. I found the entrance, followed the passages. They connect to other buildings, old tunnels. I was looking for..." He paused, seeming to gather strength. "The manuscript showed locations, places where my grandfather had hidden items. I thought I could verify quickly, but I got lost. My light failed." "What were you looking for?" Sherlock asked, kneeling beside Watson. The Count managed a weak smile. "Family treasures. Not gold or jewels. Papers, documents. My grandfather feared our family's history would be lost, so he hid copies of important documents in various locations across Europe. The manuscript was a map to those locations. This one," he gestured vaguely downward, "documents relating to property holdings in London, proof of ownership for buildings the family purchased centuries ago, now worth considerable sums. My cousins don't know about them. I wanted to secure them before everything was sold." "Were they there?" Watson asked. "Did you find them?" "Yes," the Count said, and despite his obvious exhaustion, satisfaction coloured his voice. "In a sealed chamber, exactly where the manuscript indicated. Untouched since my grandfather placed them there 50 years ago. Safe." Dr. Ashford appeared with water, which Watson administered carefully, helping the Count drink in small sips. Colour was returning to his face, consciousness sharpening. "The dinner," the Count said suddenly. "The Foreign Office. I've caused a diplomatic incident." "You've caused considerable concern," Sherlock said dryly. "But nothing that can't be managed, though you might consider in future informing someone before descending into medieval cellars in pursuit of family documents." "I was going to return," the Count protested weakly. "I thought it would take perhaps half an hour. Then I got lost, and the dark..." He shuddered. "I've never experienced darkness like that. Complete. Absolute. I called out, but the stone absorbed my voice. I tried to find my way back, but every passage looked the same without light." A proper doctor arrived, summoned by one of the helpful footmen, and took over Watson's ministrations with professional efficiency. The Count was deemed fit to be moved, and arrangements were quickly made to transport him to his townhouse, where he could rest and recover under proper supervision. As the Count was carried upstairs, Watson and Sherlock remained in the cellar, looking at the opening in the floor that had nearly become a tomb. He was fortunate, Watson observed. Another day without water in that cold. He was foolish, Sherlock corrected, but understandably so. When one discovers one's family history isn't a legend but documented fact, the temptation to verify immediately is considerable. Still, he missed a crucial diplomatic dinner, caused an international incident of sorts, all for property documents. Not just documents, Sherlock said thoughtfully. Legacy, identity, the ability to preserve what he believed important before it was lost to commerce and expedience. I can understand that, even if I wouldn't have executed it quite so recklessly. They ascended to street level, emerging into evening air that felt remarkably fresh after the cellar's staleness. The street had attracted a small crowd, neighbours drawn by the unusual activity, all politely curious in that particularly English way that suggested they'd die rather than ask direct questions, but were perfectly happy to observe and speculate. A cab was already waiting, arranged by someone's efficient forethought, ready to carry them back to Whitehall where Mycroft would be waiting for news. As they settled into the cab, Watson pulled out his notebook and began making entries, recording the day's discoveries while they were fresh. Beside him, Sherlock gazed out at London's night streets, his expression that particular mixture of satisfaction and restlessness that accompanies solved cases. "You know," Watson said after a while, "Mycroft will be insufferable about this. He'll claim he knew the Count was alive all along, that he had deduced the outcome before we'd even started investigating." "Probably," Sherlock agreed, "but he'll also be relieved. Diplomatic incidents are his concern, not mine. I'm simply glad we found the Count before he became a genuine tragedy, rather than merely an embarrassing episode in Anglo-Italian relations. The cab carried them through London's darkness, back toward Whitehall, and the explanations that would need to be made, the reports to be filed, the diplomatic niceties to be observed. Behind them, in Belgravia's elegant streets, the mystery of the vanishing envoy had been solved not through violence or villainy, but through the much simpler human impulses of preservation and pride. The journey back to Whitehall occurred in that peculiar state of exhaustion mixed with accomplishment that Watson had come to associate with the successful conclusion of Sherlock's cases. The cab rattled over cobblestones that gleamed wet under the gas lamps, though no rain had fallen, merely London's eternal dampness asserting itself now that darkness had properly settled. Through the windows, the city revealed its evening face. Theatres disgorging their audiences into streets suddenly crowded with carriages and pedestrians, restaurants glowing warm and inviting, the occasional policeman on his beat nodding to passers-by, with that mixture of authority and friendliness that characterised the metropolitan force at its best. Watson found himself thinking about the Count, now safely recovered and being tended to by physicians who would cluck about dehydration and exposure, but ultimately confirm what Watson already knew. The man would be fine, physically if not diplomatically. The human body was remarkably resilient when given even minimal conditions for survival. 2 days without food was uncomfortable, but manageable. 2 days without water in London's damp cellars, where condensation provided at least minimal moisture, was likewise survivable, though deeply unpleasant. The Count had been fortunate in his foolishness, which was perhaps the best one could hope for when pursuing family legacies through medieval tunnels without informing anyone of one's intentions. He'll need to make amends, Sherlock observed, as if reading Watson's thoughts, though more likely simply following the same logical progression. The Foreign Office will require explanations, the Italian embassy will demand reassurances, and his family back in Valdona will probably hear about this embarrassment through diplomatic channels before he has a chance to explain himself. But he found what he was looking for, Watson said, the documents proving property ownership. That must count for something. To him, certainly. To his cousins who want to liquidate assets and convert heritage into capital, they'll likely be less impressed. Property claims complicate sales, introduce legal questions, delay transactions. The Count may have preserved family history, but he's also made his relatives' lives considerably more difficult. The cab turned onto Whitehall, where government buildings stood like sentinels guarding the nation's business. Even at this hour, lights showed in many windows. Civil servants working late, ministers reviewing papers, the endless machinery of empire grinding on, regardless of personal convenience or comfort. Somewhere in one of these buildings, Mycroft Holmes would be waiting, having already received preliminary reports through the efficient network of messengers and telegrams that kept him informed of developments without requiring him to venture beyond his carefully circumscribed territory. They found him, as expected, in the same borrowed office where this investigation had begun, though the room had subtly changed. The documents that had covered the desk earlier were now organised into neat stacks, each presumably representing a different aspect of the diplomatic situation that the Count's disappearance had threatened to create. A tea service sat on a side table, the pot still steaming, suggesting Mycroft had anticipated their arrival with his usual precision regarding timing and human behaviour. "Brothers," Mycroft said, without looking up from the document he was annotating with a fountain pen that probably cost more than most Londoners earned in a month. "And Dr. Watson, I trust the Count has recovered and the diplomatic crisis averted." "The Count is safe," Sherlock confirmed, dropping into a chair with the boneless grace of someone whose energy reserves had been fully depleted. "Currently residing in his Belgravia townhouse, being tended by physicians and probably wishing he'd simply attended his dinner engagement as planned." "Probably," Mycroft agreed, finally setting down his pen and giving them his full attention. Though from what Inspector Lestrade's preliminary report indicated, the Count's discovery may ultimately prove worth the embarrassment. Property claims in London are no small matter, particularly if properly documented. The family may find itself considerably wealthier than anticipated, assuming the documents are authentic and the claims can be validated, which they almost certainly are and can be, Sherlock said. Medieval property records are notoriously difficult to forge convincingly. The Count's grandfather was nothing if not thorough in his preservation efforts. Watson accepted a cup of tea from Mycroft, grateful for its warmth after the cellar's chill. The office was comfortable, the fire burning steadily, the kind of environment Mycroft cultivated wherever he spent time, controlled, pleasant, conducive to thought without being so comfortable as to encourage laziness. Through the window behind Mycroft's desk, London spread itself out in darkness punctuated by light, a vast organism that never truly slept, but merely changed its rhythms as day became night became day again. The political implications, Mycroft continued, are considerably less severe than they might have been. No kidnapping, no international conspiracy, no questions about British security or competence. Simply an enthusiastic scholar pursuing family history with more passion than prudence. The Foreign Office is prepared to treat it as a minor medical emergency, rather than a diplomatic incident, which serves everyone's interests. And the Count's dinner engagement, Watson asked? The trade negotiations? Will be rescheduled for next week. The Count has already sent profuse apologies through appropriate channels, citing sudden illness, which is not entirely false given his condition upon discovery. The Principality of Valdona's trade agreements will proceed as planned, perhaps with slightly better terms than originally offered, since Britain's Foreign Office feels somewhat responsible for the Count's ordeal, despite it being entirely self-inflicted. Sherlock's lips quivered into something that wasn't quite a smile. So everyone benefits except the Count's dignity. Dignity is overrated, Mycroft observed. It's merely pride wearing formal clothes. The Count will recover his reputation in time. Meanwhile, he's secured property claims that may save his family's legacy from complete liquidation, a reasonable trade, from certain perspectives. Inspector Lestrade arrived as they were discussing the case's resolution, looking tired but satisfied in the way policemen did when cases concluded without requiring mountains of paperwork, explaining why bodies had appeared or international criminals needed pursuing. He accepted tea with the gratitude of someone who had spent the day walking London's streets asking questions that mostly led nowhere, until the Holmes brothers had provided actual answers. Strange case, Lestrade observed, settling into a chair with the unself-conscious comfort of someone who knew he'd earned his rest. Missing diplomat turns. How to be not missing at all, just lost in his own private treasure hunt. Could have been worse, though. Could have been murder or kidnapping or one of those complicated political things that make my head hurt. Could have been, Sherlock agreed. Though I'll admit, there was a moment when I considered the possibility that someone had followed the Count, discovered what he was seeking, and decided to eliminate him to claim the discovery themselves. What changed your mind? Watson asked, curious about the thought process that had led Sherlock to the correct conclusion. The manuscript remained, Sherlock explained. If someone had wanted to steal the Count's discovery, they would have taken the manuscript itself. It contained the directions to all the hidden caches, not just the London location. The fact that it was carefully rewrapped and left behind suggested the Count had finished with it, had extracted the information he needed and simply moved on to the next phase of his search. Also, Mycroft added, the Count is not important enough to murder. That sounds harsh, but it's accurate. He represents a minor principality with limited strategic value. His death would create complications without providing significant benefits to any major power. Missing diplomats attract attention, dead ones attract investigation. Neither serves the purposes of someone seeking to operate covertly. Watson reflected on this pragmatic assessment of human value and found it both disturbing and accurate. The world of international politics operated on calculations that reduced individuals to their strategic utility, their leverage in larger games. The Count's life mattered, certainly, but primarily because his death would have been inconvenient rather than because he himself possessed crucial knowledge or influence. The passages beneath Belgravia, Watson said, redirecting the conversation toward less philosophical territory. Did anyone explore them fully? The Count mentioned they connected multiple buildings, extended quite far. Preliminary exploration has begun, Mycroft confirmed. The Society for Renaissance Studies has reported the discovery to appropriate authorities. There's considerable historical interest, medieval and Tudor tunnels, possibly dating back to when the area was largely undeveloped countryside. They may have been escape routes for wealthy families during periods of civil unrest, or simply practical corridors for moving between properties without exposure to weather or public view. And possibly other hidden caches, Sherlock suggested. If the Count's grandfather used one location to hide documents, he may have used others for similar purposes, though finding them would require access to that manuscript and considerable time examining its marginalia. The manuscript is being properly secured, Mycroft said. The Count will have the opportunity to complete his examination under supervised conditions once he's recovered. Any additional discoveries can be made through proper channels rather than solo expeditions into dangerous passages. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, each processing the day's events through their own particular lens. Lestrade was probably thinking about the report he'd need to file, how to frame a missing diplomat case that concluded with the diplomat being discovered in a medieval cellar, having never technically been missing at all. Mycroft was calculating diplomatic angles, ensuring this incident wouldn't resurface to complicate future negotiations or create embarrassing precedents. Sherlock was already moving past the case, his mind likely turning toward whatever puzzle might present itself next, boredom being his constant enemy and intellectual stimulation his only reliable defense against it. Watson found himself thinking about stories, about narrative, and how this particular sequence of events would need to be shaped if he were to write it up for publication. The vanishing envoy who wasn't actually vanishing at all, just pursuing family secrets with more enthusiasm than sense. The locked room that wasn't actually locked, merely sealed by assumptions about what constituted exit and entrance. The treasure that was real but proved to be not gold or jewels but paper, documents whose value lay entirely in what they represented rather than in any intrinsic worth. "You'll write this up, of course," Mycroft said, as if reading Watson's thoughts, though more likely simply understanding the doctor's habit of chronicling Sherlock's cases. "Though I'd appreciate certain diplomatic details being obscured. The Count's identity, for instance, could be altered. The specific principality is unnamed. We want a good story, not an international incident resurrected in print." "I understand," Watson assured him. "I'll present it as educational entertainment, not diplomatic exposé. The focus will be on the methods of investigation, the logical deduction, the human elements of the story." "The human elements," Sherlock repeated, his tone suggesting he found that phrase particularly apt. That's what this case was truly about, wasn't it? Not diplomacy or international relations or even treasure hunting, really. It was about a man trying to preserve something he valued before it was destroyed by people who saw only its market value. "Is there a difference," Lestrade asked, "between what something's worth and what someone will pay for it?" "All the difference in the world," Sherlock replied. "Market value is what anonymous buyers will exchange for an item at a given moment, influenced by fashion and scarcity and irrational enthusiasms. True worth is what something means to someone who understands its context, its history, its connections to human experience beyond mere acquisition." Watson thought about this distinction, about the Count viewing his family's manuscript and seeing not just a medieval religious text but a map to his own history, his grandfather's careful preservation efforts made manifest. The manuscript had market value, certainly. Whitmore could have sold it to any number of wealthy collectors for considerable sums. But to the Count, it represented something infinitely more valuable. Connection to ancestors who had cared enough about the future to hide documents in cellars, to encode directions in salter margins, to ensure that even if everything else was lost, at least some record would survive. "I suppose," Watson said slowly, "that's why the Count was willing to risk so much. He wasn't just recovering property documents. He was proving his grandfather's stories were true, that the preservation efforts mattered, that memory and heritage have value beyond what can be measured in pounds sterling." "Quite right," Mycroft approved, "though I doubt his cousins will see it that way. They'll focus on the complications he's created, the legal questions he's introduced, the delays to their liquidation plans. Family dynamics being what they are, the Count may find himself less popular in Valdona than he is in London." "He'll survive," Sherlock said. "Men who pursue medieval treasure maps through dangerous cellars are not typically concerned with popularity. They operate according to internal compasses, following obligations they feel regardless of what others think prudent or proper." This observation felt somehow larger than the case itself, Watson reflected. It applied to Sherlock as much as to the Count, both men following internal logic that sometimes mystified others, pursuing truths or solutions that seemed important only to themselves until the results proved otherwise. The Count had been right about the hidden documents. Sherlock was usually right about his deductions. But both endured considerable skepticism along the way, operating in that uncomfortable space between conventional wisdom and validated insight. The evening was aging toward night proper, the kind of hour when respectable London prepared for bed while Less respectable London was just getting started. In the theatres, final curtain calls were concluding. In the restaurants, the last tables were being cleared. In homes across the city, families were settling into evening rituals, children being put to bed with stories, adults reviewing the day's events, servants cleaning up after their employers' comfortable lives. "I should check on the Count," Watson said, consulting his watch and finding it later than he had realised. "Make sure he's properly settled and the physicians attending him understand his condition." "Good idea," Mycroft approved. "Though I'm sure he's receiving excellent care. The Foreign Office has ensured he has access to the best medical attention London can provide. Diplomats, even minor ones, receive preferential treatment when they've experienced ordeals on British soil." "Still," Watson insisted, "I'd like to verify personally. Professional obligation. Sherlock rose as well, that grows as well. Sudden movement from rest to motion that characterised his transitions. I'll accompany you. I have questions about the passages he explored, the condition of the hidden documents, details that will be easier to extract in person than through official reports filtered through diplomatic channels." They took their leave of Mycroft, who remained at his desk with the appearance of someone who would continue working long after everyone else had sought their beds. Lestrade departed as well, heading towards Scotland Yard where paperwork awaited despite the hour, because crime and its administrative consequences operated on schedules that respected neither convenience nor fatigue. The cab ride to Belgravia passed quickly, London's streets less crowded now, allowing faster movement. The city was transitioning into its nocturnal mode when different populations emerged, night watchmen beginning their rounds, late workers heading home, early workers heading toward dawn shifts, the various species of humanity that kept civilization operating through all 24 hours. The Count's townhouse showed lights in several windows, suggesting activity within. A maid answered their knock, recognised Watson from earlier, and admitted them to a drawing room where the Count sat in a comfortable chair near the fire, looking considerably better than when Watson had last seen him. Colour had returned to his face, his eyes were clear and alert, and he was dressed in a smoking jacket that suggested he'd bathed and changed into proper evening clothes despite the hour. "Dr. Watson," the Count said warmly, rising to greet them with the good manners that diplomatic training instilled. "And Mr. Holmes, I owe you both my life, or at least my continued good health. Please sit. Can I offer you something? The Foreign Office has ensured I have access to excellent brandy, apparently as compensation for my ordeal." They accepted both the offered seats and the brandy, which proved to be of exceptional quality, the kind that went down smooth and warm, that spoke of careful aging and expensive grapes. The drawing room was elegant in the understated way of rented furnished accommodations, quality furniture chosen to offend no one's taste, paintings of generic landscapes, books on shelves that were probably decorative rather than read. "How are you feeling?" Watson asked, slipping into medical mode. "Any lingering effects from the exposure?" "Tired," the Count admitted, somewhat embarrassed, extremely grateful. "The physicians say I'll be fully recovered in a day or two. Dehydration, they said, and mild exposure, but nothing that won't resolve with rest and proper fluids." "You were fortunate," Sherlock observed. "Medieval cellars are not forgiving environments. Another day without rescue and we might be having a very different conversation." "I know," the Count said quietly. "I was foolish, excited by the discovery, eager to verify what the manuscript indicated and too impatient to wait or plan properly. I thought I'd be gone perhaps an hour, back in time to prepare for dinner. Instead, I became lost in darkness, unable to find my way back, increasingly certain I would die down there among my grandfather's hidden documents." "But you found them," Watson said. "The documents you were seeking." The Count's expression brightened despite the memory of his ordeal. "I did. They were exactly where the manuscript indicated, in a sealed chamber behind a wall that had been carefully constructed to look like natural stone. My grandfather was meticulous. The documents were protected from moisture, wrapped in oilcloth, stored in metal boxes. After 50 years in those passages, they're still in perfect condition." "And they prove what exactly?" Sherlock asked. "Property ownership," the Count explained. "During the 1840s, my grandfather purchased several buildings in London as investments. The family was wealthy then, before various political upheavals and poor decisions reduced our circumstances. He bought property here because he believed London would continue growing, that land values would increase. He was right, of course. Those buildings, if we still own them, are worth considerable sums now." If you still own them, Watson repeated. There's doubt. The deeds were never properly registered with the family's official records back in Valdona, the Count explained. My grandfather kept them separate, perhaps fearing his sons would sell them too quickly, spend the proceeds unwisely. He was a careful man, concerned about long-term family welfare rather than immediate gratification. But when he died, the knowledge of these properties died with him, or would have, if he hadn't encoded their locations in the manuscript. And now, Sherlock prompted, now I have proof of ownership, documents that can be presented to solicitors that establish the family's claim to properties currently generating rental income for their supposed owners, who purchased them through chains of sales that turn out to have been invalid because the original sales were fraudulent. My grandfather never actually sold these properties. Someone forged his signature after his death, transferred ownership illegally, and the family never knew because we didn't know we owned them in the first place, Watson whistled softly. That's quite a discovery. Your cousins will be pleased, surely. This could resolve the family's financial difficulties without requiring the sale of the Italian properties. Perhaps, the Count said, though his tone suggested uncertainty. Though proving claims after a century, challenging current owners who believe their ownership is legitimate, navigating British property law, it will be complicated and expensive. We may spend years in legal proceedings and might ultimately lose despite having the original documents. And my cousins... He paused, choosing words carefully. My cousins wanted quick liquidation, immediate capital, legal. Battles don't provide that. They may see this discovery as complicating their plans rather than solving problems. But you see it differently, Sherlock observed. I see it as my grandfather intended, the Count said firmly. As preservation of family legacy, as proof that careful planning and long-term thinking can benefit future generations, as evidence that we are more than just current market values and liquidation proceeds. We have history. We have ancestors who cared about our future. That matters. The fire crackled in the grate, the only sound for a long moment. Watson found himself moved by the Count's passion, his genuine belief that heritage and history had value beyond balance sheets and investment returns. It was an increasingly rare perspective in an age when everything seemed to be measured, quantified, reduced to numbers in ledgers. I hope, Watson said sincerely, that your family comes to appreciate what you've done, not just the property claims, but the effort to preserve your grandfather's legacy, to honour his memory by completing what he started. Thank you, the Count said, though I suspect appreciation may be less forthcoming than criticism. I've missed a diplomatic dinner, caused international concern, potentially triggered a diplomatic incident, all for documents that may prove legally worthless. My superiors in Valdona's diplomatic service are unlikely to see this as heroic family preservation. They'll see it as professional negligence. Perhaps, Sherlock said, but you'll have your answer. You'll know whether your grandfather's stories were true, whether his preservation efforts mattered. That's worth something, regardless of legal outcomes or family approval. The Count smiled, a tired but genuine expression. Mr. Holmes, you understand. I thought you might. Dr. Watson writes about your cases. I've read several. You operate according to internal compasses that sometimes mystify others. You pursue truths because they're true, not because they're convenient or profitable or popular. Which makes us both occasionally difficult dinner companions, Sherlock replied dryly. But yes, I understand the compulsion to complete what was started, to follow logic to its conclusion regardless of social expectations or professional obligations. They finished their brandy in companionable silence, three men who understood, each in their own way, the pull of purposes that transcended immediate practicality. The Count with his family legacy, Sherlock with his intellectual puzzles, Watson with his need to chronicle and understand human nature in all its complexity. Finally, Watson rose. We should let you rest. You need recovery time, and we need to ensure official reports are filed properly. But if you need anything, medical attention, legal advice, simply someone to talk to who understands what drove you down into those passages, you know where to find us. I do, the Count confirmed, and I'm grateful. London suddenly feels less foreign, knowing I have allies here. They emerged back onto Belgravia's quiet streets, where midnight was approaching and respectable households had long since extinguished their lamps. A single cab waited at the corner, its driver dozing on his box, his horse standing patient as cab horses learn to be after years of waiting for fares who might appear at any hour. Baker Street, Sherlock told the driver, who startled awake and nodded, setting his horse into motion with practiced ease. As they rattled through London's night streets, Watson found himself reviewing the case from beginning to end, organising it into narrative structure, considering what details mattered and what could be compressed or eliminated for the sake of story flow. The fog and the forgotten, the geography of absence, the consulting detective's entrance, the tobacconist's tale, the second stop, the cellar and confession, the fog clearing, 7 movements like a symphony, each contributing to the whole. "You're thinking about how to write it," Sherlock observed, not accusingly but simply as a statement of fact. "I am," Watson admitted. "It's a good story, human, relatable, with enough mystery to engage readers but enough resolution to satisfy. And it says something, I think, about what we value, what we preserve, why some things matter more than their market price suggests. Just remember Mycroft's request about anonymizing diplomatic details. I will. The Count can become a different nationality, the principality unnamed, the specific properties obscured. The truth of the story doesn't require those details. It requires only the human elements. A man pursuing his grandfather's legacy, investigators following logical threads, a mystery that is resolved through understanding rather than confrontation." The cab deposited them at Baker Street, where Mrs. Hudson had long since gone to bed but had left the door unlocked, with the faith that her lodgers would return eventually and prefer not to wake her at unreasonable hours. They climbed the familiar stairs to the familiar rooms, where the fire had burned down to coals but the space still held warmth. Watson moved automatically to revive the fire, while Sherlock shed his coat and collapsed into his chair with the boneless exhaustion of someone whose energy reserves were completely depleted. For a moment they simply existed in comfortable silence. 2 men who had spent the day solving other people's problems and could now rest in the satisfaction of work completed successfully. "Watson," Sherlock said after a while, his voice carrying that softness that meant he was nearly asleep, "when you write this up, make sure you mention the Count's courage. Not physical courage, and that's common enough, but the courage to pursue what he believed mattered despite knowing others would consider him foolish. That's rarer and worth noting." "I will," Watson promised, making a mental note, "though I'll also mention he nearly died from that courage. Balance is important in storytelling." "Balance is important in everything," Sherlock murmured, his eyes closing. "Courage and caution, tradition and progress. What we preserve and what we let go. The Count will learn that, if he hasn't already. His discovery matters, but so does living to appreciate it." Watson watched his friend drift towards sleep, the fire gradually building back to proper warmth, the room settling into its nighttime character. Outside, London continued its eternal cycle, sleeping and waking, working and resting, preserving and changing, being simultaneously the city it had always been, and constantly becoming something new. He pulled out his notebook and began sketching the story's structure, knowing if he didn't capture it now, details would fade, the narrative arc would become less clear. The vanishing envoy who wasn't vanishing at all, just pursuing family history through medieval passages. The locked room that wasn't locked, merely sealed by assumptions. The treasure that proved to be not gold but paper, not wealth but heritage. Later, when he'd written it all down properly, he'd show it to Sherlock, who would critique details and suggest improvements, and ultimately approve its publication with his usual mixture of exasperation at being chronicled and satisfaction at having his methods documented. Mycroft would read it and send corrections through official channels, ensuring diplomatic details were sufficiently obscured. Lestrade would read it and shake his head at how simple Holmes made everything sound, when the actual investigation had involved considerable walking and door-knocking and routine police work that rarely made it into the published accounts. But for now, Watson wrote for himself, capturing the case while it was fresh, preserving this particular sequence of events before memory smoothed its rough edges and turned it into something simpler than the reality had been. He wrote about fog and gas lamps and cobblestones slick with evening damp, about a diplomat who valued history more than convenience, investigators who followed logic wherever it led, a city that held countless stories in its ancient bones, most of them never told because no one thought to ask the right questions. The fire burned warm. Sherlock's breathing settled into the rhythm of genuine sleep. Outside, London breathed its own vast, complicated breath. 4 million souls, each pursuing their own purposes, most of them never intersecting, occasionally colliding in ways that created stories worth preserving. Watson wrote until his hand cramped and his eyes grew heavy, capturing what he could before exhaustion claimed him. Tomorrow, there would be revisions, clarifications, the work of turning notes into narrative. But tonight, while the case was still fresh and the fog was still clearing both literally and metaphorically, he simply recorded what had happened, trusting that meaning would emerge from the accumulation of detail the way truth emerged from careful observation. Eventually he set down his pen, banked the fire, and settled into his own chair. Sleep came quickly, pulling him down into darkness that was nothing like the Count's terrifying cellar blackness, but rather the comfortable oblivion of exhausted satisfaction. Outside, the fog rolled back through London streets, patient and eternal, obscuring and revealing in equal measure, keeping the city's secrets until someone cared enough to uncover them. The vanishing envoy had been found, the mystery had been solved. The fog, for now, had cleared. And somewhere in Belgravia, in passages beneath elegant townhouses, medieval secrets waited in darkness, preserved by ancestors who believed the future mattered, who encoded their knowledge in salter margins and trusted that someday someone would care enough to follow those careful breadcrumbs back through time to discover what had been hidden, what had been saved, what had been deemed worth preserving against the inevitable erosion of memory and meaning that time inflicted on all human endeavours. The story was complete. The night was quiet. London slept, or at least rested, waiting for dawn to bring new stories, new mysteries, new reasons for men like Sherlock Holmes and his faithful chronicler to venture out into fog and darkness, seeking truth among the city's infinite complications. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the starry calm of Athens, the ocean breeze of Honolulu, the candlelit charm of Budapest, or the golden hush of Buenos Aires? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the quiet wrap around you. Let your dreams wander softly into tomorrow. Sleep gently now. Now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world,